Yeah, war. The year is 1946, and we are many millions of lives deep into the process of spreading co-prosperity on many fronts against many foes. Previously, we started taking efforts to make the army more heavily armored and mechanized and so forth, and saw great success with that as our soldiers over the last year of campaigning pushed the Red Army back from hereabouts in Mongolia all the way up to the Caspian Sea. You know, pretty solid year of offensing. They're now working on redistributing themselves. We're gonna, once again, take the winter months off to rest and plan and resupply, and in the next warm season we will strike forth again, heading for this year Stalingrad. Should be easily said and done. I figure they're for that year's campaigning, the goals would be to get up to the river here, at the least. And I'd be satisfied with that as one leg of fighting, since it would involve claiming most of Russia's oil and an assortment of other fighting materials in the process. As we start, shaving our way closer and closer to their industrial heartland, which will be vaguely all about this. Although we'll also be coming closer to perhaps provoking the Western Front's army into turning back around a little bit to try and face us. Since, well, meanwhile, on the West, they've been kind of holding steady for the most part. I don't think... In fact, the Yugoslavia portion of the front seems to have rolled back a bit for them. So, who knows? We got up against them, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, and this, French-occupied slice of Poland and East Germany. Like, yeah, this Ostpreußen. Anyway, so the other major things that are going on for our portion of the war is we fought our way up here, we're digging in and relaxing until next year when we kick off again and try to stab deeper into Russia. And meanwhile, we did a little bit of island hopping through the North Atlantic to get ourselves within striking range of the British Isles. So we have a whole bunch of planes operating off of Faroe there. We have many large bombers waiting in Iceland for the day that we have sufficient atoms to conduct war. And once this harbor is built up enough back here in Reykjavik, I'm going to have Son of Gun Fleet rebased out here and start running active combat patrols in British waters. Because, meanwhile, around Britain, just in the nearby air zones, we have been skirmishing with the Royal Air Force and, trying our darndest to very slowly start chipping away at the many thousands of planes that Britain has defending their skies. We are maintaining a relatively healthy kill ratio where we do meet them, but it will take ages to carve a path through this cloud of bees that envelops the UK. Let's see here, 21, 83, 18, 13. We're ahead by 18%. Which is not too great for now, but we're working on that. We are ramping up production of other planes, and we're just going to be escalating and upgrading as hard as we can as we continue our efforts. Yeah, we scaled back carrier plane production because we have not been getting into substantial naval air duels against anybody. Got a bunch of industry hard at work building new modern tanks. We could probably reasonably slip our strategic bombers around all of this. In terms of mechanics, they just sort of teleport from where they are based to where they are going. They kind of only exist at their destination in terms of mission interaction. But the moment I have bombers active over London, then those bees are going to reposition, or yet more bees will bubble out of the shadows and manifest. Although, let's see. Alright, that's a tiny group of enemy fighters. And that's another larger group of enemy fighters over the channel. Even more of them over France for some reason. And also, let's see, I think, yeah, they were contesting Central America's airspace, where we've been trading much better. That's like a solid 3-to-1 kill ratio down there. Good, just anything that's costing them aircraft. For the better. Oh, is this oh no, this is a British fleet. Trying to fight our submarines. Mostly old ships, though, so they shouldn't have any real luck trying to pursue fancy modern submersibles. So let's see, if I did base you right now to Iceland. Looks like local supply can tolerate that. I mean, repair capacity won't be great, but whatever. Let's patrol. Four of our latest carriers escorting 3 of our super heavy battleships and a cloud of friendly destroyers. The hunt is on. Hi there, Royal Navy. Let's have a duel. Alright, about 80 vessels from each force in the area. Come on, guys, get in there. Yamamoto. Give them the business. Alright, well, right now it's just destroyers backing off and delaying until they can meet up with the main fleet. Yeah, none of their boats were able to engage. I'll be right back with you, Yamamoto. I know your carriers have arrived, and that's great. Just gotta... Russian logistics problems. The usual. Alright, let's see how much... have I devoted already to... building giant roads everywhere. All over the continent. Let's see. Alright, that's on the local stuff being damaged. That will recover in a bit. No worries there. Anyway, boat fight. What's up? Alright, the carriers have got to engage. Our planes outnumber theirs. Blot out the skies. And some of our destroyers are now, moving forward and getting into a scrap. Speaking of construction list, let's see. Yeah, that airport that I'm going to use to support next year's offensive operations. Radar in Panama, some atoms. And then, yeah, the rest of this is all work for the main logistic supply trunk. Very good. Yeah, the moment any of our destroyers start taking hits, they are free to back off. We have speed advantage here. One of them may have just taken a lucky hit and gone down, but they've already claimed a couple British in response. On the other hand, the missing number might be one that actually escaped the fight. And the battleships are in range. Yamatos. Show 'em who's boss. Lay down the law. That heavy artillery. The weapon to end all war. Now our engineers just need to figure out how to build some sort of atom-launching cannon to mount on the Yamato. It will become unstoppable. Alright, so about 10 of our destroyers have been driven to retreat. 10 or 12. And it looks like for the most part those have successfully disengaged rather than being destroyed. Screen's doing their job. And enemy air cover has collapsed. We have free reign over the skies. Screens are starting to get thinned out, but they're doing their very important work of drawing all attention away from the capital ships, who then are free to just split open any enemy vessel they so choose. James Somerville. What stuff did you do? Royal Navy destroyed by Christmas. That a different alert going on somewhere else? No, that's just... yeah, that's just the ongoing regular naval combat sound. Okay. So for reference, how many boats are in the Royal Navy right now? Total of over 200. This is certainly a big fight that we are inflicting, but they have reserves and other boats elsewhere. This will be about the ratio. Also, where am I automatically redirecting all my new screens out here? No, I was starting to form a new fleet. Should maybe not do that. But we'll see how many of these were actually destroyed versus damaged after the fight's over. Alright, only a dozen screens left wrapped around this fleet, but we have cut through the enemy destroyers. Soon the opposing fleet will just be a batch of unescorted capital ships, most of whom are garbage interwar models. Yeah, tier 1, tier 2. It will just be easy prey for our super battleships and our aircraft. Like, oh boy, Prince of Wales, Duke of York. What you got? Ah, the Repulse, I'm sure that'll hold up quite well against torpedo bombers. A worthy adversary. Yeah, from how I'm interpreting the runes here, our destroyers are very reliably breaking off and escaping from battle. Even still being able to give in parting shots as they flee, just from our amazing torpedo range. Soon it will just be the Yamatos squaring off against the enemy battleships. Three against many. Maybe this fleet could use some cruiser. Screens with a bit more staying power. Battle's just been going for days. Alright, they are now in the fight. Are trading blows. The gold bars are actual health, the green bars are organization. Having all of your org beaten out of you, the vessel's morale is broken and it will be compelled to retreat. Being out of health, you have actually been destroyed. And in this case, the bar over each group represents the average health of that collection of boats. So, for example, the enemy battleships here, all of them are kind of on their last legs. Their crew have been quite demoralized. They have a fair amount of hull left in them, but... And there, well, the fight is broken. And down goes the Courageous. Getting no carrier efficiency because it is night, I guess. There we go, yeah, daybreak and the planes kick back in. Good. And by day they're getting beyond 100% efficiency. Our crews know exactly what they're doing. Toast is under a lot of strain. Musashi, though, is practically untouched. English might be pouring fresh boats in. No, this seems to still be the same boats I was fighting earlier. Yeah, let's start producing some cruiser, since the destroyers don't have the staying power for big knockdown, drag-out fights. Although I don't have up-to-date cruiser designs. Fill that in. Whoop, hello. Alright, good. Else is backing off. They've earned a break. In fact, I think you've all earned a break. Gunfleet, go take a rest. Disengage. Powerful battle to be sure. Yeah, they're successfully pulling away. Very good. Alright, overall battle report. In exchange for 8 of our destroyers and 19 aircraft, we have destroyed 4 English battleships, 1 English carrier, 50 English destroyers, 3 English heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, and shot down 150 or so, yeah, 9 and 7, 160 British naval planes. What a trade! Alright, good first outing for Gun. And let's see, I have only fighters operating out of here right now. I think that's how things will stay for a while. British aren't really trying to put up a fight out this way. So let's redouble our efforts in the North Sea. Meet them bird for bird. While that fight was happening, our submarines were free to rampage about Putin and Holleran. And actually, let's be so bold as to rebase the submarines up to Faroe. Alright, a good first skirmish with the Royal Navy. A lot of very heavily chewed up destroyers and one firmly humble, dented super battleship. I only got 1 kill out of it. Come on, step up to the plate. We'll have to do better. And yeah, all of this stuff is still damaged. Little bits of action that were part of what was left of our desire for offensive operations. We're just gonna grab some of the decent infrastructure bits of Russia just to bite more population out of Joe's control. And our first war atom is ready. The next will be armed in 69 days. Very nice. So let's see. We have trucks in storage. We have half-tracks in storage. Very nice. We have rifles in storage, but that's been true for ages. We still have our strategic reserve of humble regular gun. Artillery we have to spare. So mainly we're working on filling up our supply of space boys, of which a dozen are ready every day. And we need more fighters. And yeah, we have production lines in place to accommodate exactly that. Tomorrow our next reactor is online. Let's get the wings that are stuck using old stuff out of the way. We're in here for the long haul. So we have provoked thousands of bees into moving farther north. The climate shifted. Yeah, they're sending out bombers to harass the submarines I have in the area. Okay, yeah, that's bombers who are now trying to attack the submarines that I have repairing there. They cannot stay here. A harbor that is in range of the British is a harbor we cannot safely operate out of. Trying to repair in range of the Royal Air Force is how you'd get turbitzed. See, we just lost a submarine, just incidentally, to all of these torpedo planes that are coming over and getting up in our shit. So, the wings that I now have on standby, have them just fly the shorter range missions directly overhead here. While the main effort will remain in the North Sea. Alright, so as part of our seasonal preparations, I can take the, the regular army's attack lines and get them concentrated to the west. China's expeditionary force will be handling the bulk of the defense. Them and, like, the reserve infantry that we have hanging out at back, the old Pocket A troops. Get a bunch of them reassigned so they propagate down this line best they can. We'll just put off the quick little one division pocket. Yeah, not even regular Russian soldiers that we'll be trapping in here, but that's fine. Prisoners are prisoners. Let's see, where is this one damaged road? Alright, we have several damaged roads. All waiting to regenerate. Can't play favorites. Roads will get there when they get there. Yeah, these subs aren't going to get anything done. Yeah, and apparently they weren't on a proper mission. There you go. Alright, strategic bomber production is up to speed. We have full wings of them, and we're not even spending any of them yet. So I'm pretty sure we're alright to cool that down. Turn them into more fighters. Because we're gonna need more fighters. We need every fighter. In a solid month, we'll be through our current tank deficit, which is just the sign that we need to do even more mechanizing of more units. Will never be done. And let's see. We'll try dipping into jet aircraft. A step beyond regular aircraft. Already got a team working on radar, got a team working on rocket engine. Industry ended years ago. AV doctrine, I could improve my subs a little. Right, boats. Yeah, get me some cruiser hulls. How are repairs going out this way? Adequate. Although, still, these are gonna take a while. Yeah, repair speed is really wonky. Apparently it's gonna take all year to get the tiny boats fixed. More so for the large boats. Although some of that is the harbor is undersized. We'll see if we can get the harbor embiggened. Down with armor. Don't need any other kind of artillery piece. We're handling anti-tank stuff with our own tanks and anti-air with our own planes. Yeah, boat research will go up the lights and then branch out to the heavy. We'll just skip the tone. Yeah, boat doctrine, I guess. And Russia's not trying to contest the line anywhere. Close that pocket bonus. Strike without mercy. Let's stay where we are for you. You guys don't even use main tanks yet. Our light, mobile, motorized unit still running through our endless reserve of Speedman. Admirable. Right now our modern tanks are only being used on the heavy infantry template. And on the Neo Unicorns, right, those are our fancy mechanized for mechanized sake. Oh, did I figure out self-propelled artillery? Yes, I did. Throw a string of that in there. And get the Neo Unicorns running on it. Yeah, in comparison to the rockets, rocket artillery give you more defense and breakthrough than regular gun, so the unit will endure punishment better while it's advancing. Whereas tube artillery hit much harder in terms of damage being dealt. Also, for the mobile versions, all of the your SPGs are tank-based, so they have much better armor and piercing and so forth. So with that, I have created a need for 100 self-propelled guns. And we're gonna work on converting that. Actually, you know what? All of these are in use somewhere. But where? Skeleton men are where I'm rolling out. They're mostly heavy infantry right now, which are just men escorted by main battle tanks. Mobile force is old-style motorized unit. And I don't think I'm using my mech teams anywhere right now. Right, the unicorns themselves were upgraded to Neo Unicorns. Let's get them deployed out here to prepare for their glorious return to fighting. Alright, so the attack we plan for is to hit the river. And we'll have the tanks focus on the more wide open areas towards the south, with intent to actually bust out and seize the oil fields. And my mountaineers are in here. Yeah. They will focus on the north part of the line. Try to bust through up here wise. I'm not sure which line I'm even holding. Friendly radar all around there. our Latin allies have been more diligent about figuring out this whole remote detection thing than we have. We're apparently, allegedly, achieving a fighter surplus now. That's why we're still waiting for the efficiency to rev up on all the younger lines. Where am I losing motorized? Is that all attrition? How is it that many from just attrition? We'll sort out this whole Trans-Siberian highway thing eventually. It'll be easy, but it will get done. There we go. Just get a little batch of light aircraft out here in Central Asia. They should be good for running raids all throughout the region. Okay, we have now stabilized on motorized. Steady income of all relevant war material that we're building. Good. Cut back on some of that. We don't need outlandish numbers of truck right now, since we're moving over more to tank and half-track. What we need is plane. Plane to destroy other plane. And meanwhile, our only recruitment drives are for more police cavalry. I don't think it'll be time for another boat raid for a while. Capital ships are still pretty ruined. That harbor can harbor them, but it really can't repair them yet. Nice, another thing I was meaning to go ahead and think about here. So let's see, Russia has spent 4.8 million against the Allies. And 1.5 million against us. And we have spent in the current wars 178,000 against the Russians. And 1.8 million against the Allies. And an undocumented, I would have to go back and check the tapes amount back when we were fighting China. So, in terms of, like, bulk manpower exchanges, things are looking pretty alright for us. Let's see. Allied casualties are difficult to count since they're spread out against so many people. 2.8 million Americans died. Let's see how far in this war. 500,000 British. Another 200,000 each of French and Dutch troops. Although many aspects of that are weird. Britain has also lost 2.5 million against the Axis. That's pretty limited as a tool for trying to get a big board overall sense of total deaths in the war. Be nice to have somewhere to get that next level aggregating. Throw a bunch of these repair jobs up the track, since this is safely behind our lines now. It's not going to be a major battlefield. That'll give the fastest returns on just restoring functionality to the area. We now have 250,000 people serving in our Air Force. Good stuff. $80 days to refill our current fighter deficit. Allegedly. Yeah, there we go. In like a week of repairing, we've gone and cleaned up a lot of the logistics strain out here on the Russian front. Yeah, just the one supply hole left. That looks like it could be reasonably about damage at Bratsk there. Who are next in line. Give them some days to get cleaned up, and they'll be fine. We have not been gaining in the fighter fight. We have a really broad range of estimates for how large the Royal Air Force is right now. Farewell, Warlord. We should be capable of outproducing them. But by what margin? I mean, even with us having taken control of all the world's rubber. Still have oil. They still have aluminum. Seems like I've overcome the initial, like, crash binge demand for a lot of my vehicles. Might axe a line of mech and a line of main tank. Well, I can certainly cut back on rocket artillery. I have all my self-propelled. I have all my rocket trucks. Need for those has been filled for a while. We got thousands of extras sitting in reserve. Keep upgrading radar. Give those back when the efforts propagate down. Where they have now freshly become more fighter. And top off the old rocket engine. Have work get started on all that radar. We need coverage. Wait, pardon? Bill? Bill. Bill. Well, Goring in exile will be shuffling his papers around in Washington, I guess. Maybe he'll stick to Nazi Kentucky. But Bill, what do you do? Bill, can't trust you with anything, Bill. The Bolivians have sent soldiers out here. Okay. That's just Bill continuing to be weird. Free India also being weird. These are both rebel states in the process of conducting civil wars, and for stupid internal reasons they don't think of their own country that they have retaken as their own land. They think of it as land under occupation, and so they will sometimes humor requests from idiots to transfer occupational control. US. Bill. Yeah, look at that. Modern tank surplus. So it begins. And we'll have self-propelled guns figured out in a bit. And who knows? More birds? So let's see here, I can put some effort into sorting more of these out for convenience. Sure that everything stays nice and human readable. Alright, so priority, like one actual top. Priority of things, rifles. I want lots of rifles. Rifles go comfortably at the top of the queue. All my damn rifles. Every shape and size. And infantry support stuff. Support equipment, artillery, etc. And infantry fighting vehicles. And tanks. And birds. Get out of here, fighter. Wound up with 4 full lines of modern tank running. A rifle, 2 badges of support equipment, the 1 thing of regular artillery, 2 badges of mech. Lot of tank, SPG, rocket artillery, then we get into planes. There we go, get these trucks tossed up here and sorted to the appropriate part of the pile. Going by the spread I'm looking at here, let's just outright axe you guys. There we go. 3 full sets of main battle tanks should be good enough. Then bird-related stuff, sorting for fighters. Yeah, all my fighters get all together. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the small planes, then the boats. And I have a full set of convoy production in here and a healthy convoy surplus. So I'll swap one of these convoy lines out to making cruisers. Help tighten up that element of production. Capital ships ahead of screens. I haven't tried anything with paratroopers yet. They remain unexplored territory. Quiet about here. How is that next main fleet shaping up over here? Full quartet of carriers. All kinds of characters. Healthy destroyer swarm, waiting on battleships. Meet your new admiral. Actually, if anything, I might swap one of the destroyer production lines over to cruiser, and then, yeah, then a convoy line over to big cruiser. Then I'll have a healthy boat family running again. Ships of all sizes. Those will be done this week. Good. My 3 Yamato per year. It is almost easier to build new ones than it is to repair the existing ones in the field. Let's get you back out on limited combat patrols. Those ships that aren't damaged should be out there fighting the good fight. Then the ones that are can automatically branch off and shuffle back. Now there's the problem, you had no repair priority on. There we go. Masashi will take the kids out for a stroll, while just the damaged boats sit behind and enjoy the comforts of home. It will still take forever to get them repaired, because the boat repair times, they're outlandish. Let's call off all active operations with our fighters near the British. ease all of that up for a moment, because what is even happening in there? Really? This tiny strip of land is part of the next state over, and thus in supply hell. At least we still trade well over Central America, even though none of these are getting reinforcements. Where else do I have aircraft active, and where are they senselessly decimated by shenanigans? I have aircraft doing active operations still over Canada. Shut all this down. A bunch of space where we're senselessly spending planes on operations and accidents. Leave the wings around on standby. Just get the planes to cool it. Likewise, don't need folks active back here. Yeah, things have firmly calmed down on these stretches at the front. And hey, there's our first bit of radar coverage over there active. Good. And our northern radar has been dialed up one notch. We have a bit of Central American radar. 12% coverage. Oh, 36 over land. Even better. Now that that's done, how's my fighter production? 2 weeks to cover deficit. And enemy bombers are now running wild over my submarines. Yeah, 4 and 4. That was the plan. Let air flight resume. Also, that estimate of size of enemy forces, it's so broad as to be... Whatever math they're using for that completely breaks down on the unit counts involved with aircraft. Just, we have similar... Like, this is a comparison of cryptography technology decides how accurate these numbers are. Look at the difference of range on each of these. 400 unit gap for Hermes. Only a 50 unit gap for boats. 10,000 gap for planes. I'm out of political power. Only hit my limit for places I can be influencing. Alright, Iran are being neutrals about things, so let them off. Who else is that influencing? You guys are on board. Colombia, Ecuador. Brazil. Whedon. We're getting places with those. We just need time. And yeah, spring is here. Our armies are ready. Let's ride. Gonna roll offensive up. Alright, tag operations are comfortably underway. Our lovely mainline infantry supported by full team of space boy. I expect good news from that front. Over the next several months, yeah. Anything more I could do to the Hayate? I feel like we've hit the right mid-ground of stats for it. Okay, repair estimates are looking nicer for Son of Gun. That's an improvement. Now let's see, the second generation of Yamatos should be done now. Oh, y'all join in there. And Task Force Gunkel is ready to ship out. So we have nearly achieved peak infantry weaponry. Just need to refine our night fighting gear to the highest degree. Look at a few sample battles. Right, that's not saying much because those are like garrison infantry, the NKVD. Those are police units. So them being unable to breach armor, that's expected. Enemy front. We're having trouble with even our light armor. Definitely with our mech soldiers. But that seems to be rooted in a lot of soft enemy assets being out here. They might be saving all their good stuff for the West. Or they might be getting their ass beat in the West. Just to be sure here, which... only the United Kingdom is considered an active major in the Allies. If I can slip even a single beach lord into Scotland. Many possibilities await. Yes, Gunkel is online. Or was online, briefly. Gunkel? Nope. Where are you at, Gunkel? You're probably still in transit. Yeah, only just leaving home water. It'll be some time before Gunkel is active. flying up them beaches. Rest of these Marines end up. Right. Left you in America. Guarding our precious aluminum. The question hanging unpleasantly over me is if putting an end to either of these wars will create a peace conference where I'm divvying up the territory of the side I've defeated with the side that I'm still fighting, or if the ongoing mutual hostility in the other direction will keep the war open. Don't know how the peace conference system will handle three-way war. Alright, so the pre-existing decent infrastructure is up here. Do what you can, guys. Close and personal. We'll move these regular fighters up here. Get them based closer to the action. I have an unused arrow somewhere? Or, yeah, I have an unused defense line. Yeah, that's obsolete. Wait, really? That's, quite the build-up you have there, Joe. Do you plan to do anything with those, or are you just gonna leave them out in the cold? Well, if they're out there guarding permafrost, they're not over here stopping me from stealing Joe's oil, so... take that as a win. The Shogun of the Skies is no more. Also, let's see, I've been keeping track of these upper and lower numbers vaguely over a couple of months, and yeah, they're drifting down. They're outlandish and strange and horrifying, but they are drifting downward. A little at a time. Maybe that will help a little, just under the hood. Having individual wings specialize in day or night ops. Half and half. Rotating. Alright, so we're sustaining just over 10 planes a day in losses. Over there. And much less than that over here. Yeah, just like 2.5 planes a day here. So, once all of our efficiency finishes revving up, eventually, that should put us at covering losses? Oh, hello. Nope, that's still the Royal Navy harassing my subs. Bunch of these thrown back into the pile. All these old wings that are tying up medium quality planes that could be out on the front, dying valiantly for control of English skies. We're keeping control of the air over Panama. Also, let's see, do I have throw at capacity? No, I don't. I could shift more of these wings over. You guys are still active. Yeah, just to keep watch on these borders. Prove you tending Russian Far East instead. Which you could do better from there and from over there. You're all idle anyways. We'll pull you in. Boats fighting in the North Sea, but it's still not the right boats. We need Goku. Your uncle is reaching Panama. Good. Soon. Further gun. Yeah, more of the escort ships from Son of Gun are starting to get fixed up. Deleting all those old wings has created a new fighter reserve. And slowly all those outlandish road building efforts will bear fruit. We're making the headway. A little bit at a time. Good. Our armies are pushing forward and securing more swaths of empty space. Vast tracts of unutilized potential industrial real estate. Thanks, please do not involve yourself in this. Leave all the cold parts of the front to the regular footmen. You stand guard so you don't have to. It's happened. Gunkel is here. The new guy. He has met with the enemy. Here we go. Round 2. Well, round 1 was fought with the basement line, old Yamatos. These are Yamato 2. Yamato Plus. Beyond Super Yamato. Hyper Yamato. Yamato XL. Enemy carrier, or those aren't even carrier based. That's coastal aircraft that are showing up to support, and they were able to launch one attack 3 days ago, while our own planes, operating from the carriers in the middle of the fight, are able to just participate in every round of combat. And the results. Look at that. Look at those trades. 20 planes, no ships lost. Remove 2 battleships, 2 carriers. One of them relatively modern, the Indefatigable. Yeah, Prince of Wales is down, Lion is down, Eagle is down, 3 destroyers, Blenheim, the heavy cruiser, and 50 enemy aircraft. Oh, also up here, Renown was destroyed. Good trades all around. Be ruined, Royal Navy. You got Gunkel. You know what, these are healthy enough. Have a bunch of them head back out to Son of Gun. And I will have Son of Gun extend their ambitions into the western approach. Together, old and new. Although, is bringing this many carriers to the fight going to critically overcrowd our skies? I mean, only 4 are active right now, but what happens when the others arrive? We escalate to the full octet. Alright, now they're all here. Enemy air superiority. They have no efficiency right now, but that was weather-driven. That was rain. Repulse is down, Anson is down, Furious is down. Suri is down. Good trades. We have 600 enemy bombers operating on the western approach, and 1,600 enemy fighters in the North Sea. Against our 8, which are at least remaining healthy now. and trading comfortably. Reading favorable exchange on fighters, and in addition to that, also destroying some enemy bomber. Alright, so out of here. Get 6 wings, up and at it. And let's see if I can just conjure up another pair. What do I have available in terms of regular fighter? 300 reserve Hayabusas. Alright, send them out. Still missing light tank production, still have thousands of light tank in the warehouse. Living entirely unconcerned about light tank supply. Get further sub-raid. Could modify our carrier plans. Since we have the gobs of air exp. Torpedo bomber, but better. Or wait, what? Did I just... I flipped you to regular naval, damn it. So wait, did I just create a regular naval bomber variant as well? Fuck. Terrible. What is this waste of aircraft? Well, it exists. We could build them. We will, some, maybe. I guess. We don't need them now. It's not like we have a shortage of air combat. We'll be full again in a couple of weeks. Thousands of birds are dying every week. Speaking of, what is our big board estimate? Maybe somewhere from 33 to 16. The numbers are converging, and they are trending down. Yes, the designers got back to us with the latest in torpedo bombing technology. Oh, wait, you wanted a catapult launched? What? Waterproof? What? Could also slip some boat variants into the mix. Land equipment. Our winter stockpiles are holding up. Should carry us through a season of attack. Progress do we have against the Russians? $25. We may need a victory over the UK. Just create a bunch of these cavalry. However, that batch that were just formed, they do not go to Russia. They instead will study secret techniques in the Highlands. Learn to unlock aluminum mode. Hey guys, can we try to find those Dutch submarines that have been loitering off the coast and kill them? It would be preferred and appreciated. Let's see, I don't need combat patrol in here anymore. So we'll extend that carrier group out that way. Go sub hunting. So I'm sending those cavalry out that way to free up more of my marines in anticipation of an invasion of the British Isles. But we now have all these lovely strategic bombers. Perhaps if we just turn up the heat against the British population, we can help convince the government to be more flexible about our demands. Another beer's dead. Just start some night raids over England. There are hostile fighters trying to operate against us. Decent density of flak, thorough radar coverage. But we're using modern strategic bombers operating at night, presumably from high altitudes. We're reasonably safe. Let's get some initial graph out. How are we doing during these opening days? Little loss, plenty of disruption. And marginal damage. I think very importantly here, we count as having air superiority from those 100 strategic bombers. So, maybe. Yes. 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 We're ready. Alright, so what was progress against the British? Probably jack and shit. Yep. British unity is quite high. We have not threatened any proper British victory points. Alright, I think Burma team should be able to ship over to somewhere more useful. Let's see, if I told you to know, if I tell you that, you'll go the stupid way. So first of all, clear your orders. Let's see, so if I told you to ship nowhere, first of all. Alright, if I tell you to ship home, you'll ship home. Can I queue up transport orders? I told you to then go from home. Panama, yep, you'd get that. And if I tell you to go from Panama to Iceland. Where is the actual harbor icon on Iceland? There it is. Alright, they understand every part of that. Good. And we have a modern tank surplus. How many of those going to each heavy infantry unit? Just 50? Just 50. Mm-hmm. So for just 1,000, yeah, just 1,200 MBTs, I could outfit that whole infantry team with armor support. Alternatively, let's see. 1,600 extra men, 4,800 half-tracks, 2,000 trucks, 400 rocket artillery, and nearly 3,000 of our stored light tanks. Let's switch them over to that. For just 1,200 modern tanks, which is more than we have in storage. Have them all over on that. Or for very outlandish sums of even more fancy weaponry, we could have them all over to Neo Unicorns. Alright, we'll switch a couple of them over. Yeah, there's an idea. Perfect. So now about half of that army has armor support of some form, and, you know, vehicularized movement. So between that and the soft folk in there and the Marines that are going to be shifting up there, that should be a decent body of soldiers to run a land fight in Britain. Given that of their divisions, most of them have got to be tied up fighting the Red Army. Speaking of, we are sitting here in May, and we have covered most of our goals for Phase 1 of the attack. Actually, you know what? We're within a few states of just getting through to the White Sea there. I think, is that the one? The White Sea? The Barnett Sea. Never mind. White Sea is somewhere else. Barnett. But we're nearly at Archangel. At which point the front will have a chance to simplify, because suddenly all of these schlubs out here would be cut off from the homeland, and then we could push them into the snow to die. That could be glorious. We'll test the Mountaineers with that. Let's see. Where is Mountain? Domestic mountain troops, let's see. Clear off old orders. Create front line spanning mostly here was. And set a goal. Out that way. And have, like, the light mobile infantry back you, maybe? Let's see, no, have the heavy mobile infantry back them. Clear off your old orders. Have our fancy mechanized unicorns just plow on out there. They will have the readily offered assistance of a shitload of Chinese infantry. Just part the sea. Meanwhile, clear off the mobile units orders so I can get this cleaned up. See your objectives. You want to sweep up to Rostov. It will sweep up there, and then whoever gets caught in the south will be able to crush as we push down to the oil fields. Oil soon. of the loners focus to the north, and the heavy infantry of the skeleton men will do the heavy lifting on the south. Speaking of attack targets for the skeleton men, we come to set up a shiny new line short of Moscow. Just sweeping all the way down there. Finding more need for oil, which means we must be finding more army factory as we push forward, filling out more of our hypothetical fighter production. Good. Now let's take a look at how the North Sea battle is going again. First, over here, we have lost 10 bombers in the last month. That's not bad. All the wings are still healthy. And doing marginal damage to British infrastructure. That's fine for night raids. I'm just doing them to shake them up. North Sea fighters are thinning out, though. Over here, losses have shifted against us. The enemy have abandoned the western approach. Let's shift more of our attention this way. Well, I think part of the problem is that we've burned through our good fighters again. Which remains really strange. So let's see, we're up to producing 14 daily now. Where in those last 30 days we have averaged loss rates. .38. Brutal. What is going on in there? Air combat system is still terribly opaque. I have some numbers to play with. What do they mean? I'm not sure. Well, at least now Gunkel and Son of Gun are actively threatening English waters. Nothing has really tried to contest us yet. The Royal Navy is terribly ill-equipped to deal with us. Just that damn endless cloud of bees. What happened to my attack line for the skeleton then? Alright, it's there, but... it's just not drawing on the map. Deal, guys. Where's my line? Oh, there's this tiny vestigial line down here that they're all nominally attached to and finishing up. Alright, they'll bounce over into it afterwards. Oh, everybody on deck for aggression. Yeah, the Russians seems like they're getting generally rolled back. All across the front. Which is all the more reason that we need to get our foot in the door with the UK. Restore the balance. Wait, yes, good. This is important. We're now fighting those Dutch submarines. Which are, I think they're, yes, very old submarines, so they will in fact be properly chased down and destroyed. Everything we needed to know about rocket engine. Now let's turn that into a plane for killing planes. Supply problems in Russia, to the surprise of no one. How far along have these infantry shipped? Nowhere, because they bounced back into their stupid garrison order that I thought I destroyed. Guys. I meant all of you go on that journey. Every one of you has places to be. This is because you're the ones who weren't standing on harbors when I gave the orders, you know? So what if I do this? say go into harbor. And then try to queue up a movement. No. What a trash system. Where are those cavalry I shipped over? Apparently one of them were destroyed. Maybe just orphaned? Nope, destroyed. They simply ceased to exist. "10,000 horses drowned mysteriously in Pacific. Police baffled." Alright, Stalingrad. Yes, has changed hands uneventfully. Good signs from the army, who remain well stocked in all of their fighting vehicles. We're short on self-propelled artillery, but that's because we've always been short on SPGs. We never built a stockpile of them in the first place. Didn't have an SPG binge. Not the way we had a main tank binge. Or a half-track binge. Or, you know, the permanent state of rifle binge. Alright, so here in June, RAF estimates are now at 37 to 22. So what, advisors, are you telling me the British Air Force grew instead of contracting during this period? Substantially? Like, without also knowing a margin of error on my numbers, they feel pretty useless. You know, day and night aircraft operations back. 24-hour air combat. bombers are keeping comfortable, despite many thousands of British planes being sent to try to deal with them. We can reach the Black Sea during this year's campaign. That'll be your point where we can kind of declare success overall, and then anything further in this direction is a luxury. What are you guys doing? I cannot leave you alone for a minute. Go rescue those tanks. And what am I doing with all these orphaned mountaineers? How are you not on a plan? I told all of you to be a plan. You're this plan. Go over there. Go do the fight. Well, aren't you adventurous? Where are you heading in such a hurry? You're just off on a little adventure, aren't you? Alright, throw some more fighters that way. And some of these fighters this way. Alright, the closed air support cannot reach Kuban. Trying to use carrier planes for overland stuff may be a bad idea. Maybe it won't work out outside of the highest density air zones. Well, as long as I keep forward air bases. That Astrakhan there now. And I have this airport near Stalingrad. Yeah, that should do nicely. Another Shogun is dead. We'll find more. Alright, there's some number of Russians who punched their way through the Turks over there. They're deep in Syria. Yeah, every wing involved in the Brit fight over here is top priority for reinforcement and upgrade. So once all of those lines hit full output, they will be managing 22 planes a day. Or at least the ones that are already active. And then another 4 on top. So if the extra line at the bottom fills, so 26 planes a day. Okay, these zones seem like they're back to consuming at reasonable rates. How long is that going to hold up now? And their numbers of active aircraft are reducing. A lot of that is probably attempts to intercept my strategic bombers, who are remaining cautious. That's just the last of the Dutch submarines. Or an attempt at the last of the Dutch submarines. Just get up to the nominal Turkish border. And that'll be far enough for you guys to go. We've wound up a little thin. And the attempts to reach the north here are not taking the shape I might have expected when I drew a line there and said go. All hail. Might look at this gap. Maybe you'll make something of that. Maybe someone will make something of that. All of you. This line. You aren't even running attack lines right now, just standing around, waiting for someone to hand you the world. New light cruiser, and then just sidestep into the heavy. Those will become submarine. The submarines will become other warships. Other, like, proper warships. When the time arises. And the Soviet Air Force has finally arrived to play with us over the Volga. At least a few of them. Yeah, let's. Shuffle some folks over and let them get to work as we run over Russia's oil fields. For the first time, reducing the amount of oil we need to import. It's been ages, but here we are. And there's... I guess that's the army that was pushing this front. Until they very recently got the news. Vis-a-vis where our boys are. Five more days and all the Marines will be ready for the initial beach storming around the UK. One of these units managed to get itself killed in transport somehow. We received no alert. Two of them have maybe gotten themselves killed in transport somewhere on Earth. Don't even know. Let's see, they got 4 tank, 4 unicorn, 7 rainbow. And 7 regular infantry. However, those units died occurred without fanfare. "20,000 soldiers drowned. Player does not need to know this." Look at these adventurous boys. Out for a trip to the shore. Having a time. Just, you know what? Dutch submarines remain at large. Well, at least we're taking shots at Rostov. I did not bring enough bodies to provide comprehensive coverage for that whole expanse. Rezone the loners. Just get more of them to shuffle on down and redistribute. Let birds try to figure this out. This whole riddle of submarines. Boundlessly tenacious things that they are. No, I don't really need it. That radar never even matured enough to cover many of the places we've been fighting. The province is bigger. Poor folks never had a chance. Oh, we've created some... This one's not a pocket. They can retreat over into Crimea. Which makes it all the more important to simplify what's going on here as soon as we can. But, like, that's a pocket. That is a pocket for them, but not really for us, since we'll promptly run into Turkey, who, yes, is involved on the British side of their war. They're involved in every war against everyone. The Omnivore. Yeah, fuck it. Greenlight the invasion of Britain. Your reinforcements will arrive whenever we say they do. They will occur someday. Those cavalry still never reached Panama. Okay, they're at least on the continent. They're riding through Venezuela now. And another member of the Burmese unit spontaneously vanished. What? It's not raiders, there's no combat messages saying transports were sunk. They're just gone. The Kraken? Supply lines have actually stayed relatively healthy throughout this leg of the Russian campaign. 47 has been a good year for logistics. Where the fuck do you think you're going? Fight, kill. You've not hit your quota of enemy skulls. And there we go. That's an entire That's a Russia's worth of oil there. That tasty surplus. Where do you think you're going? Get on a front. Gonna be slow going out there, but we are breaking through. Progress will be had someday. What? 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 Guys, no. No, stop. That's not how anything is supposed to be shit. No. What are you doing? Stop this. We'll get back to you. On the other hand, if you can pull it off, all power to you. There, like, see, over here, our Marines are getting harassed by British aircraft, and we have a combat report saying that transports were sunk and damage was dealt to the units. That's all occurring within the bounds of the mechanics. And these units are completely helpless because we don't have a way to tell our boats that are operating in the area to be like, hey, you know, protect our boys, you dolts. That part just doesn't happen. Swarms of planes that we have active, none of those will try to swoop in and cover our boys in those transports, because that part of the air combat system remains quite dumb. There's a lot of things that intuitively should overlap in air combat and don't. They just exist in their own weird little silos. Fortunately, some of them will hit the beaches alive, and that will be enough to immediately reinforce them back to full. Since they will take the harbor. Yes. They will be fine, like, within one logistical time cycle. Here's your new front line, guys. Have fun. Look at that. Look at you. Look at, well, you've gone and doubled up. Yeah, all of you are on this front. Get walking. Welcome to Scotland. I said get walking. Well, their reinforcements are making their way out. Of these idiots that survive, I can now just create for them a front line to attack through. From that, I can get their reinforcements set up to deploy properly. And I got that nice level 8 port to be running my logistics through for the invasion. And now I can use their own airports against them. Alright, surrender progress update. Britain... well, no, that's the wrong war entirely. Britain against us, entirely resolute. Joe against us. Starting to get worn down. The Soviet Union is the only major holding up the Comintern, as usual. So I remain concerned. I reiterate my concerns about just what is going to happen once Joe falls down. Successful campaigning season all around. Look at this progress. All these valuable strategic areas taken. Moscow in sight. And once again, buff out the occupation zone. Cover newly captured land. get training running on another pile of garrison soldiers for hypothetical occupation of Britain. I don't think we'll have to occupy Britain long, since Britain is what's holding up the Allies right now. On their defeat, the alliance should collapse and bring us to the negotiating table. Alright, next waves of the invasion are starting. As Greeks fight to defend Glasgow. Very good that more Marines have successfully hit the beaches. And I guess I will go back to buying more American oil. If I must. And we're getting into the parts of the USSR with less hellish roads. So our supply weight might be adequate now. We may be capable of sustaining moderate density armored warfare. Alright, let's get every army involved on this front dialed back from aggressive mode. None of you need to be heroes. You're all heroes already, just for being here. As my soldiers just sort of their own accord, but you've done a stupid thing there, Armor Man. Get the fuck out of there. Who let you get so far ahead of the team on your own? We gotta talk, Tanaka. You're getting way too reckless with my speedmen. Those are one of a kind. They're irreplaceable. Every one of those that you lose is gone forever. We aren't making any more. You can't just go throwing them away. Alright, the next wave of amphibious attack. Yeah, those dozen that are going to be heading into North Ireland. And then however many of these assholes are ready to answer the call will be arriving when they feel like it. And here come the many thousands of British planes to have no more of my guff. We'll see who guffs last. Alright, miscellaneous allied soldiers. They're starting to file in a little. Think I can grab Edinburgh, though. And have British military factories. To turn into more fighters, to wrestle for British airspace. Speaking of, how's them RAF numbers on the big board? 28 to 17. Finally, a firm shift down. How are any of these submarines still alive? The initial gains are promising here, but enemy resistance is mounting. Without the armor to back them up, they are going to be in a heap of trouble. Although, do I have 700 modern tanks? I have still thousands of speed boys, speed men. What if my Marines had small tanks? Just ship those out there. Y'all dig in for now. You are waiting for the metaphorical cavalry to arrive. In tiny, piecemeal, integrated form, and in broad, high concept. Guys with more tanks will be here next month? Maybe? There's more transports getting raided by asshole British naval bombers that are completely untouchable, no matter how many hundreds or thousands of planes you pour into a zone. Alright, so those will link up, and they will become a front whose job is to crush these pocketed Greeks, who are giving me quite the mess of trouble. Might be better to just let them starve. Employ the patience. And everybody down here digs in and delays until, hello. We have an Irish front. And Ireland is itself part of the war, so we can go ahead and make all of that our business. And we have Ireland composed of a total of 4 states. Oh, commence offensive operations. Flip the Irish. That's our last boat for him. Very good. All the shapes that boats could hope to be. We know them. Inside and out. Yeah, more fighters. Until further notice, more damn fighters. Never stop building fighters. Blot out the sun with fighters. What have we got in the new fleet? Still just 2 carriers and a swarm of escorts. Production well underway on further varieties of boat for the next generation. Alright, things remain healthy against Russia, against all the Soviet republics. Soon be learning to co-prosper. Don't take Crimea. I'm fine with these folks kind of indecisive. Yeah, let's draw them some fallback lines. You have this nice mountain range. Use it. Also, hey game, when I selected all of these guys and then drew a battle plan on the map, maybe it was meant for them. Seems strange, I know, but we have many battle plans here. Yeah, just send all of you back north. Who is still attached to this fight line? No, you're not. Go back there. That whole attack front no longer exists. Just back up. Chill in the mountains. Get versed in local beverages. Have some short-range fighters to watch your back. Alright, our presence in Scotland is solidifying. And we're seeing no resistance in Ireland. Skies remain infested with British planes. Supply problems in Amazon region? What do I have that's here? Oh, my aircraft. Yeah, my Apple naval bombers. Alright. Okay, resistance is intensifying along the Scottish line. back up where and when. Alright, if more of those units spontaneously drop dead in transit, I will know it's because a couple of them are taking the stupid way around. And I won't stop them. We have 8 million more waiting. Progress remains healthy against the Soviets. We are finally seeing a bit of gain against the British government. Intensify the bombing operations. We've got a little bit of an Irish militia in our way. Airport, please. Trying to run the land fight here. Our experts currently estimate that setting off the device, releasing the atom over London, would cause an 18% unity hit versus the current British unity rating of 90. That would save us a fair amount of ground. See how deep I have to roll. Then again, I have 5 of these. Let's see how far off are various air bases from Moscow. Sort by distance. Or that's, yeah, alright, show me empty bases. Yeah, I'm not using Astrakhan for anything yet. Set up some strategic bomber wings here. Since it's so much closer, I can use the old ones. Save the fancy stuff for the English. I know there are some dissenting voices among the Diet who think that this plan that we have is excessive, that we're already making great progress in conventional warfare, that surely, if we just continue to fight, we will be able to achieve victory over the enemy without needing to resort to such outlandish, unimaginable, unheard-of means. But you have to understand, these British, they're fierce, they're tenacious, they're fanatical warriors devoted to their divinely appointed king. At all times extolling their virtue and favor and right to rule all peoples of the world. They can't be reasoned with. They can't be bargained with. Just look what they did to India. Only now recently set free and then half given to the Germans for some reason. Look at what they've done to India! It's going to take ages to undo the damage. They seem to have briefly wrestled control of the skies over London. Maybe? Maybe not? Maybe a range thing. I think if I have some airport space in the Highlands, yeah, I could just shift some planes forward. Now that I have all these nice comfy strike air bases right up in their grill. Let's see. Yeah, slide 2 wings over there to Ireland, since they're covering the western approaches anyway. That'll free up all the space I need to bring some of the bombers forward. Actually, if I just bring them forward to Faroe, that'll do it. I only had them hanging out back in Iceland so that I had room for the fighters all up front, but now the fighters are even closer. Now, as for the plans to deploy the Atom against Moscow, there have been no dissenting voices on that subject whatsoever. We're all firmly in agreement there. Fuck Joe. Joe's earned it. We're gonna give it to Joe. And we do not have control, I guess, because those haven't even deployed yet? Is that what our deal is? They're just not finished rolling out. Yep, still getting shuffled over from the reserve. Give them time. Besides, our battle lines out here are nearly meeting with the Allies. We have to decide this now before it's decided for us. Land view. They know what I'm up to. They're getting real antsy. There we go, the way is clear. September 7, 1947. Look, we invested so much into creating this atom bomb, why can't we use it? So it begins. Still feeling tenacious, are we? Winston. Let's see, what's your next biggest city? Birmingham's pretty up there. Birmingham, then Dover. Well, actually, I didn't look farther north. Leeds after Dover. Oh, wait, Lancashire! Lancashire's huge. Big Ben liquefied. My first atomic bomb. Well, we have 4 more. Next stop, Liverpool. And while we're at it, we have not control of Moscow airspace yet. Well, once we're done with Britain, that frees up a shitload of planes that we can just pour in here. We missed Liverpool going up. How do you feel about things now? Still looking pretty resolute there, Winston. Now, Port's unity is at 61 now. Oh. X-bomb scheduled for Birmingham. X-bomb over Birmingham. Civilians have 10 hours to evacuate the surrounding countryside. Where the sun never sets. Alright, 45 unity. Meanwhile, the Marines have nearly sorted out the Irish. And where's the rest of the army? Wouldn't have had to do all of this if you guys weren't late! We'd have done it anyway, but don't tell the generals that. Gotta keep them on their toes. Alright, so what's next on the target list? '80 Lee? No, Dover. Dover was definitely next. London remains very bombed right now. It would be a waste to rebomb London. Let's see, how often do we have these now? 2% of a bomb each day. And the rest of our reactors are all being worked on. Nice. I'm gonna see if we can get a bomb in against Joe edgewise here. Not yet. Still wrestling for control. Central Russian airspace. Need more planes. Any planes will do. My armies have forgotten that Sevastopol is there. How about don't forget these? Instead, murder them. Engage them with your guns. once we've taken Dublin, then guys, what are you doing? You're being made to look the fools. Anyway, once we've taken Dublin, we can set the other half of the Beach Lords up to launch a flanking maneuver right into the ruins of Liverpool. Just surround this entire army. Meanwhile, queue up the bombing of Dover. Alright, Russia is on the verge of admitting defeat. And our score against them is quite fearsome. $3,000 points. Apparently the British have racked up more score against Joe than we have, somehow. Alright, Dublin has fallen. And we're still maintaining healthy surpluses of all our land combat gear, so more fucking fighters. Birds, forever. Alright, Ireland defeated. Right now I only have the western approach to work with. Although wait. Could also conduct some raids around this side. There we go. Yeah, quick three-way split. And they'll be ready shortly to just scuttle around and cause havoc. And the rest of them will be free to do so as well once support arrives. Soon. Any week now. There, it is time to move our naval efforts forward and institute a full blockade of the British Isles. Put an end to the Royal Navy once and for all. Meanwhile, back over here, yeah, next support fleet continues to be a work in progress. British unity is down to 29%. And that sure is a boat fight. Dublin has a lovely airport. Six Yamatos square off against... This is most of what's left of the Royal Navy, by the looks of it. Let's see, who's in the final fight pile? King George, Royal Sovereign, Royal Oak, Rodney, Emile, Revenge, Nelson, Valiant, Resolution. Beside Formidable and Implacable. List of ships on the verge of having a bad day. Of course, my carrier wings are doing terrible for this lovely self-fulfilling reason of the British are dominating this air zone with 10,000 planes that they pull out of their ass. As Britain does. Reinforcements finally arriving. Six Yamatos have entered formation and fight as one. The atomic bombing of the cities around or anywhere near which these folks have been operating out of will not have any impact on the swarm. Atoms are powerless before birds. Okay, battle over. We traded several planes for many boats and many more planes. Our fleets remain highly effective. And we have tentative control of the English Channel. No, half of these guys aren't ready. Well, these guys are half finished preparing. So let's prepare some different raids instead. That way I can force these ones into action sooner. And have some follow-up waves ready to go. Just off the top. The regular army is almost here. And the first is subversive marine raids are underway. Let's make things complicated. Behold, aerial Thunderdome. Let's see, that is 4, 10. That's like 15,000 birds over there. Out of the 24 to 35,000 birds suspected to remain in the Royal Air Force. Meanwhile, this is going swimmingly. Got a bunch of the Red Army just awkwardly crumpled up in eastern Ukraine. We put together a defense line around Moscow. But not a comprehensive one. And meanwhile, this team has nearly reached Archangel, which will then isolate the entirety of the Siberian forces. So close, Joe. You're right there, right on the cusp. And this fresh batch of police cavalry, to whom are issued the initial orders for the occupation of Britain. British unity may have recovered a little. Only one way to fix that. Where to strike next? There! Finally! All of these beautiful soldiers that have rolled into port that will soon roll onto a front and do a fight. I don't think I was raiding Cornwall. No, you guys are going to Cardiff. closing in on Moscow, but I feel like for peace conference shenanigan purposes, we have to deal with Britain first. We're beyond the verge of destroying Britain. And yeah, with all of you guys in place. Yeah, a bunch of you can just reassign over there. Beach Lords no longer run this front. They don't need to. Alright, march out to the ruins of Birmingham. Another fine naval battle. One of our destroyers paid to defeat the Nelson. Alright, so 5 atom bombs later, we might be making headway? Yes, definite headway. We are within a few cities. Just need to march to Leeds. Maybe Bristol. Either or, preferably both. I remain entirely certain that this was necessary. Didn't you hear how they were talking when this war was getting started? They're gonna fight in the beaches and in the ditches and on the streets and the hills, and they will never surrender. You know what, I think those two provinces are technically connected, so you know, good initiative on your part. Just the right level of daring. Yeah, remember what we're doing all this for. We have to save Romania. They're in there somewhere. Our allies in need for several years. The people who believed in us when no one else would. Seven carriers. Did we take a hit, or is one of them taking a nap? Yeah, there we go. The Kokoboken 4 there. Took damage and is taking it easy. Swiss occupation zone. Yeah, Württemberg. That feels vaguely arguable. Any day now. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. We defeated the British, and a peace conference just occurred behind our backs with the Axis. Germany's back now. Because at least Free India exists. Free America, there is now a Puppet Canada in existence. Let's see. The Soviet Union took land from this? Yeah, Russia was just handed back all the stuff that was Allied occupied over there. America takes states, Italy, back in action, welcome home, Ben. Let's see, what else is going on? Soviet Nile state? Some kind of communist Egypt? Vichy France in control of Syria. Independent Jordan, independent Palestine. Turkish Socialist Republic. Spain is back. France exists. Belgium and the Netherlands seem to have just sort of escaped. Or perhaps are fighting on against anyone? They got none of the UK. We have kept our British occupation zone here. That is assisted. Red Finland is apparently a thing that exists now. Alright, so what the hell is still happening World War-wise? We are still fighting the British, apparently? We are still fighting the Japanese-British War against the Netherlands and Belgium. And the Chileans, and the Swiss, and the Danes. The Japan-Benelux War rages on, apparently. Mexican Civil War still ongoing. A Union of Britain might exist somewhere on paper? And meanwhile, elsewhere, the Japanese-Soviet War, you know, chumbles along at usual speed. So, there exists a German Reich. Once again, Göring is finally able to return from his exile in Kentucky. There is an Axis composed of... Well, let's get the diplomacy menu out for that. The big one, the country list here. There's an Axis composed of the Germans, the Indians, Free America, Hungary. Oh, this isn't an independent power. This is a fascist Israel created by the Axis? What? Anyway, Italy, Jordan, Bulgaria, Spain, South Africa, and Vichy France. Okay. What? Three French convoys destroyed over thereabouts off Newfoundland. Yeah, Italy took a sizable swath of Africa. Yeah, here's this South Africa that exists, landlocked, tucked away inside. Huh. So next time we tie up the loose ends and draw the new Cold War borders, I guess? Because there's no way that we wouldn't, like, flavorfully proceed to pick a fight with the Axis over asserting being the actual world hegemon post World War co-prosperate. War.